suggest even before it comes here, but if it is not the case that they have an opportunity to participate in what goes to the lower house and then comes to this upper house before legislation is introduced, then all the more reason, Madam President, why when it comes here, they ought to be able to stand up and make their contributions and hope that those contributions will be heard to improve the legislation, even when, Madam President, they support it overall in principle. As the AG, the leader of government business, said, Madam President, this motion is indeed a bit strange for the reasons that he mentioned, but also for the fact that this is an amendment that took place many, many years ago. In fact, it took place, it was passed in General Council of the IAEA, even before Belize became a member. And this amendment has been on the table, and they have been trying to get member countries to support this amendment for many, many, many years now. 1999 to 2026 is some 27 years. And it leads me to make a point that I've made time and time again in the Senate here, Madam President, that the administration of the People's United Party brings legislation to this honorable House and the Senate only for two reasons. And in fact, the first motion we debated today for almost 3 hours. We're only on the second motion now. But the first motion makes the point of the first reason why they bring legislation. If we are borrowing money, and while we already debated the merits of the kind of loan motion that we just debated, I make the point that no matter how good a loan it is $20 million more on the already heavily burdened debt profile that Belize has. But we're not going to go back there. I don't want you to caution me there, Madam President. But that's the first reason why the People's United Party administration brings legislation to this House and to the Senate to borrow money. The second reason is to fulfill some kind of obligation or some kind of promise on behalf of some entity for some particular or specific purpose. And that leads me to question at this junction, Madam President, what is the purpose of this coming to us now? Now, I'm trying to, I don't recall, maybe you can help me out, AG. When was it that Belize became a member of the IAEA? But we know that it was after 1999, but however many years, 206? Okay, so it was 7 years after the amendment was even introduced and passed by the General Council. Yes, well, you are correct, but it is because, unlike the PUP, the UDP didn't necessarily bring legislation only to borrow money and to satisfy masters. And it's satisfying the master, maybe I shouldn't put it that way because it's not always bad. Satisfying the master makes it seem, Madam President, as something negative. And sometimes you have to comply, otherwise you get put in a box that you don't necessarily want to be in. So you are right, AG, to say that years passed under the UDP too, but the UDP may not have seen what usefulness the PUP administration is seeing now, and that begs the question. It is why we have to ask the question at this point, what is it that Belize stands to gain from ratifying this particular amendment of the IAEA? We are told, Madam President, that this amendment seeks to increase the number of seats for the Board of Governors for the IAEA. And that's a good thing. In fact, I think this is the reason why it passed the General Council in 1999, because they believed it was a good thing. But we are void of the details again, Madam President, and we have to make the point once again that why is it that you can't give us all the information? What is it that we gain as a nation in supporting this? Who stands to benefit? Who will get those additional seats? I didn't see that in the paperwork provided at all. We see that the number of seats will increase from 18 to 22. But that means a greater number of seats, and the seats are allotted, as I understand, by regions. Which region does Belize sit in? And does the region that Belize sits in stand to benefit from an additional seat? Those are the kinds of questions, Madam President, that I would wish came along with the paper and the motion asking us to support. And you know what the good thing is in this case, Madam President? Because it is such a long-standing General Conference amendment, that we could probably go and look up all of these things, but quite often when it is a current issue, you can't find it on the internet, you can't find it anywhere else. So it is why I raise it, Madam President, to say to the government that it is important. And again, I don't want to be completely unfair to them. They have made some strides in providing us with the white paper. I thought the particular white paper on this issue was pretty weak. Yeah. It's one of the weakest that we've seen. I know you're a minister, you know. But void of details and information at all. It could have been better. And that was, from what I've seen, the actual paper that went to the cabinet to convince the cabinet to make the motion and bring it to the House and then to the Senate. That should be as detailed as possible so that when they sit in the cabinet, which is the policy-making body of our country, Madam President, that they have all the details. But to me, the white paper was weak. And I know sometimes, AG, when these pieces of legislation are coming to us, it's not always the cabinet paper or the actual document that is submitted to the cabinet. And some will argue that those documents are confidential, but even the wording here tells you specifically that this was what was presented to the cabinet. But that does not stop the AG's ministry, and I'm glad that he's here today so that I can say it directly, Madam President. That does not stop the AG's ministry from providing for us more details, as much details as possible, if it is we are to ratify this as a treaty or as a part of a treaty. But tell us what Belize stands to benefit. The Attorney General just now, Madam Speaker, Madam President, outlined the areas that Belize benefits from the IAEA already. I think he mentioned port control and port security, pest control, agricultural support, radiation safety, and all of these things. Well, is it that Belize will get a bigger bite at the cherry in terms of the support it gets for these particular areas by supporting this amendment, which is an agenda that the IAEA would have, Madam President? Is it that we will benefit more from support from the IAEA if this is done? Is it that it is a mandate coming from our CARICOM brothers and sisters of which Belize is a part? Is it that CARICOM falls into one of the areas that would get additional seats? We don't know. These are the kinds of questions that we'd love to hear if we're asked to put our stamp of approval on this amendment to a treaty that Belize has already signed on to.
Madam President, 35B, just in terms of elucidation, Senator Faber was asking in reference to a document. There is a document.
Madam President, if it is elucidation, then I would need to be consulted if I'm yielding to get the clarification from my colleague.
I take that point, Senator Faber. Leader of Government Business, are you moving on A or B? You said B?
Yes, B, and I accept that he has to.
Senator Faber, are you prepared to yield?
I am not, Madam President, and for the simple reason that my friend, the Leader of Government Business, is the person who introduced this motion and will have the opportunity at the close of the debate in just a little while to make whatever rebuttals or clarification, because he has made it clear that it is not a rebuttal but a clarification or elucidation,
Yes.
So Madam President, what is the position then? We are members of CARICOM, we are members of CICA. Is it a mandate coming from CICA that all member countries then do the ratification of this amendment that was made from 1999? Is it a mandate coming from CARICOM? And if so, then, Madam President, can the information be handed to us in terms of how many of our sister countries in CICA, how many of our sister countries in CARICOM have already approved to put this amendment in their law, or to the treaty that we approved, to make this amendment to the treaty? How many of them? And if it's not the majority, if there is some difficulty, could we understand what is the hold-up from these other entities? What are their fears and their concerns why after 26 years they have not ratified this amendment? These are things that are worthwhile knowing, Madam President. In Belize, our constitution says, as the AG so rightly pointed out, Madam President, in his opening statement on this motion, that it is by way of the constitution that we in the Senate here get to deal with this matter, because it is a treaty that Belize signed on to in 2006, according to him. And the constitution is very clear that it has to come here. So is it that there is some procedural hold up in these other countries why the amendment has not been approved? Maybe they have a different process. Maybe it requires bipartisan support in their parliament that is not there at any point over the 26 years, or that has not been there. But these are things that we would want to know. We'd be comfortable knowing that when we give our support, and again I reiterate for those who are not quick to catch it, that we are going to support, but we would prefer to have all the information that we could have. The AG said that we benefit from some things from the IAEA, and I agree with that. Is it that we can, and I ask this question again, is it that we can use our position of support for this, if it is a request from the IAEA? Can we use our jockeying position? This motion comes from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Can we use our jockeying position to put us in a better position to benefit from what the IAEA has to offer countries like us? Is it some kind of bigger pressure, Madam President, from world powers? This matter of nuclear weapon storage and all of that has to be on top on the US's agenda? Is it that there is some pressure from the United States for us to, because they are big financiers of the IAEA? And I'm not casting any aspersions, I'm merely asking, is this some pressure coming from the United States to say, Belize, you are behind on this, get up with the program, because we want to be able to manage things like this to keep the world safer? Let us know. And you are correct. Recent legislation that has come through the Senate suggests that there is a push to put all these things in line. So it is not far-fetched at all to believe that there is some pressure now coming from world powers even for us to get this kind of thing done. And the honest to goodness truth, Madam President, is that we would not and possibly could not be opposed to that, but Lord man, if we are going to be obliged to do something, the very least, and you have to try and make it seem like we are independent in doing these things. Give us that at least, even if ultimately we are obliged to, and we will probably have to do it. So I repeat, Madam President, that we are not opposed to this amendment being ratified as a part of the treaty which we signed in 2006, but we would love for greater clarification from the AG, who brings the motion today, Madam President, as to why it is that we're being asked to do this, and that may help us to better understand, better swallow the pill. Sometimes if you give us a little sugar, the medicine goes down easier, they say. So at least help us to understand what is in it for Belize. Where will we benefit? Will CARICOM be happier because we do this? Will SICA be happier because we do this? Will it strengthen our partnership within our regional bodies? Will it allow us, Madam President, to be more with an upper hand at the bargaining table when it is we go to the IAEA to try to ask for support for the areas they have traditionally supported us? Let us know, and we'd be even happier to put our stamp of approval on it from this side of the aisle, Madam President. Thank you.
Recognize Senator Gabriel Zatino.
Thank you, Madam President. Precisely, we want to reiterate is why are we rectifying this in the Senate? One of the things that I would recommend maybe the lead Senator of Government Business, Senator Anthony Sylvester, can do is if when we go into the Senate committee meeting of the whole Senate, if we can understand why we're being asked to rectify this in 2026 when it was originally adopted in 1999. To us, accepting this after 27 years, to be asked to accept this amendment, we just want to understand why. What happens if Belize does not accept? And the benefits, like the opposition, Senator Honorable Patrick Faber had mentioned before, what is Belize gaining from accepting this today? We want to know tangible benefits, if there is any. To be more specific, if there is any financial obligations being attached to this acceptance. And that is it. Pretty much that is about what we're aiming for, striving for, and hopefully this can be taken into account. Thank you, Madam President.
Yes, Madam President, I thought in my remarks in following the introduction of the resolution, he had set out very clearly the reasons underpinning this resolution. I thought when Senator Farber was making his contribution to utilize Standing Order 35B for purpose of elucidation, and there was a reason for that. So one of the accompanying documents that would have been shared with senators is the actual proposed amendment to Article 6 of the statute. And that document, Madam President, actually addresses many of the questions that Senator Farber had raised. Forgive me, but it seems as though I might have to read through the entire document. It's only 3 pages. But it simply highlights and gives the backdrop as it relates to why the amendment was proposed. So the amendment was, there was an initial proposed amendment made by Japan, and that amendment was later, a modification of that amendment was proposed by Slovenia. Again, this is in the document that was shared with the senators. And then it sets out the countries, who would be on the Board of Governors. So you ask questions in terms of what countries would possibly be on the Board of Governors. It's all there. It's all there set out. That also is set out in the document, Senator. And then in terms of, again, and I repeat and reiterate it, Madam President, it listed the 3 specific areas where Belize can benefit from being a member of the IAEA, and that its active participation in the IAEA's decision-making, such as this, voting, taking an active step in voting on a matter which is which was before that body. These are things which, and I'm glad Senator Farber, you pointed out that it's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs where this resolution would have originated from, because that ministry has the technical persons who are skilled in the art of diplomacy, who would be able to utilize your phraseology, who would be able to piggyback and who would be able to on behalf of our country, be able to advance the concerns and the causes of the country. So in a nutshell, Madam President, and members of this upper chamber, firstly, Belize ratifying, Belize by this chamber authorizing this amendment to Article 6, Belize is living up to its obligation as a member of this body, and taking the active step as it now proposes to do, and is urging respectfully this Honorable Senate to authorize it to do. Belize can substantially use as part of its lobbying arsenal the fact that it has certain needs, whether it be in the area of radiation safety and security, whether it be in public health and agriculture and technical cooperation, and those areas those support for those areas can be lobbied on behalf of Belize at the IAEA. Madam President, with that, I would ask if this matter, therefore, can be referred to the committee for consideration. Thank you, Madam President.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to move the resolution approving the reappointment of members of the Integrity Commission Motion 2026. Madam President, whereas Section 3(1) of the Prevention of Corruption Act provides for the establishment of a body to be known as the Integrity Commission, which shall consist of a chairperson who shall be an attorney at law with not less than 5 years standing, and 6 other members who shall be persons of integrity and high national standing. And whereas, Madam President, subsection 2 of the said Section 3 further provides that the 2 members of the Integrity Commission shall be appointed by the Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, given with the concurrence of the Leader of the Opposition and other members of the Integrity Commission, including the chairperson, shall be appointed by the Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, given after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition. And whereas, in accordance with the above cited provisions of the Prevention of Corruption Act, the Governor General, acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, given with the concurrence of the Leader of the Opposition, and acting in accordance with the advice of the Prime Minister, and given after consultation with the Leader of the Opposition, intends to appoint the following persons as members of the Integrity Commission for a period of 2 years with effect from 3rd June 2026. Firstly, Mrs. Andrea Maxine McCoy, Attorney at Law, Chairperson. Mr. Danny Madrid, Member. Mr. George Swift, Member. Mrs. Zoe Robertson Zetina, Member. Mr. Ricardo Mogale, Member. Mr. Gerard Isigere, Member. And Ms. Payal Ganwande, Member. And whereas Section 61A(2)(c) and Section 61A(4) of the Belize Constitution provide that the powers and functions of the Senate include approving the appointment of members of the Integrity Commission, which shall be exercised through a resolution supported by a simple majority of its members. Now, therefore be it resolved that this Honorable Senate, being satisfied that Mrs. Andrea Maxine McCoy is an attorney at law with not less than 5 years standing and is a person of integrity and high national standing, and being further satisfied that Mr. Adrian Madrid, Mr. George Swift, Mrs. Zoe Robertson Zetina, and Mr. Ricardo Mogale, Mr. Gerard Isigere, and Ms. Payal Gwanwane are persons of integrity and high national standing, approves their appointment as members of the Integrity Commission for a period of 2 years with effect from 3rd June 2026. Madam President, the various CVs of the proposed members and chairperson has been shared with the members of this upper chamber. As indicated, the resolution is for the approving the reappointment of the members. save for one, and that is Mr. Adrian Danny Madrid, who is a proposed new member, and his CV has been shared with members of the upper chamber. Mr. Madrid is well known as President Emeritus of the Justice of the Peace Association, and he has served in other office, including as a Belize City Councillor for, I think he's probably one of the longest serving Belize City Councillor in history. With that, Madam President, I'll ask the question be put.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
Madam President, we on this side of the aisle as well support the reappointment of all the members who are listed here, and welcome as well the appointment of Mr. Adrian Danny Madrid. As the recitals read, Madam President, these people are all people of good integrity, and sadly, being a good PUP does not qualify you to be of poor integrity. And so there's no grounds for us to oppose. Right, that is why I have so much respect for my friend the AG, indeed. Notwithstanding our political differences, correct. And so we respect the government's right to appoint these persons which they have recommended, and it seems mutual that they have respected the right of the opposition to appoint these two of them that I can see here, Madam President, who we certainly believe, as we put forward their names, to be people or persons of great integrity. So we salute all of them. We only ask, Madam President, that the record reflects that if they are going to highlight that Mrs. Andrea McSweeney McCoy is an attorney at law, that we also highlight the other attorneys at law in the lineup. And we are certain that Mr. Gerard Isigiri is an attorney at law, as well as Ms. Payal Ganwani. So we would ask that the record reflects that. And we will also point out, Madam President, that there seems to be great efficiency at reappointing these members of the Integrity Commission, which we absolutely express our greatest joy at. This is the kind of efficiency we believe needs to happen. The term is up this month, and right away we are being reappointed. The same I am seeing reflected as the next motion is to reappoint the Contractor General. But it seems, Madam President, that this is not a consistent efficiency on the part of the government, for we have not yet seen any kind of proposal for the Ombudsman, who we will say now, Madam President, was asked most unceremoniously, was not given the opportunity to reapply for his position. And the country has been without an ombudsman, one of the constitutional offices of this country, that in fact the citizenry of this country ought to rely on for fair play. So in the same vein that the government is quick to move in terms of these appointments for the Integrity Commission, we would hope, Madam President, and we place on record today that we wish to see in similar manner a motion brought here for the appointment of a new ombudsman as soon as possible. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator, for your support on the motion, and you're heard in respect to the plea for the movement with respect to the appointment process of the new ombudsman, and we will see that being materialized in short order. Madam President, with the question we put.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move the resolution approving the appointment of a Contractor General Motion 2026. Whereas, Madam President, Section 3.2 of the Contractor General Act, Chapter 6 of the Substantive Laws of Police Revised Edition 2020 provides that the Contractor General shall be appointed by the Governor General acting on the recommendation of both houses of the National Assembly contained in resolutions passed in that behalf, and whereas both houses of the National Assembly intend to advise the Governor General to appoint Ms. Maria Authors as the Contractor General for a period of 3 years with effect from 1st June 2026, and whereas Ms. Maria Authors is 41 years of age, date of birth 26 July 1984, and falls within the age limit prescribed by the Contractor General Act, and whereas Ms. Maria Authors fulfills the requirements for appointment to the Office of Contractor General as prescribed in the Contractor General Act, and whereas Sections 6182C and 3 of the Belize Constitution provide that the Contractor General can only be validly appointed with the prior approval of the Senate. Now, therefore, Madam President, be it resolved that this Honorable Senate, being satisfied that Ms. Maria Authors is a fit and proper person to be appointed as Contractor General, hereby approves that the said Ms. Maria Authors be appointed as Contractor General for a period of 3 years with effect from 3rd June 2026. Madam President, as the recitals to the motion indicates, prior approval of this upper chamber is necessary. The House is to meet tomorrow, and if this honorable chamber approves and passes this resolution, then that could be submitted to the House, and that body will appropriately consider that matter. And so this is the reason why this matter is being placed before senators, Madam President. That, Madam President, I yield.
Recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. You know, Senator Faber, you started your support for the reappointment that has been made and is being made now by saying that, you know, there is great efficiency for the appointment of members of the Integrity Commission and the Contractor General, and then you noted that there is none for the Office of the Ombudsman. The Leader for Government Business said, you must appreciate the process for appointment, and we should expect something in short order. Madam President, let me point out, because this is the kind of dancing we must not do in the face of the Belizean people. The contract for the Ombudsman expired December 31st, 2025. A provision of that contract said 3 months prior to expiry, he must write to indicate his interest for re-eligibility for appointment, and thereafter, the clerk of the National Assembly, having written to her to indicate that, must therefore trigger this process we're now doing, that is reappointing the Contractor General and reappointing members and appointing a member for the Integrity Commission. That was done, Madam President, with absolute certainty from October of 2025. Yet we are here in June 2026 without having to deal with any great efficiency the appointment of an ombudsman for the office of the ombudsman, which is a constitutionally enshrined position that is meant to provide the service of check and balance for the Belizean people. The Ombudsman Act at Section 3 and 7, which provides that there should be an appointment, also makes provision that where there is no substantive office holder, there should be an acting office holder in the office of the Ombudsman, and that is not the case either. So when leader of government business preys on us that we must understand the process of appointment, I don't want that to be taken as if though we are squarely within that procedure and thereafter we will find it because the expiry of the contract for the office of the Ombudsman was from the 31st December 2025. So as it stands in relation to that constitutionally guaranteed post, the Belizean public is left without such an office for which it could go for recourse for administrative review of government departments. So then I say, Madam President.
Senator Sheena Pitts, I believe we're here to discuss the motion on the Contractor General now.
Yes, Madam President.
May I?
Go ahead, Madam President, because I'm trying to understand the nature and extent of my
Senator Pitts. Senator Pitts. Senator Pitts. The motion before us is one for the reappointment of the Contractor General. Lead opposition senator did bring up the matter of the Ombudsman. I allowed it because I recognize that we have three institutions in context: the Integrity Commission, the Ombudsman, and the Contractor General, which work together as guardians of our democracy. Yeah. So I allowed the context. I asked as well of your intervention, if you wish to bring up the office of the Ombudsman, that it be limited simply to the context as was done previously, and you focus on the motion in front of you.
As I proceed with my intervention for this chamber, the efficiency to which we are considering the reappointment of the Contractor General in the name of Maria Arthurs is not the same efficiency we're attending to other such constitutional appointments, and that is the point I've made, and drawn to reference of how and when that ought to have done in consideration of the leader of government business statement that there's a process for appointment and that is in short order. And in the spirit of debate, Madam President, I'm obliged to reply in the context of addressing the Contractor General. So here we are, addressing the reappointment, to which there is no opposition from the UDP on this side, because we do need office holders in these constitutional mandated office, and there is no criticism that can be afforded as a woman to the office of the Contractor General, who is enjoyed or being continued to enjoyed by a woman. And so for that, I congratulate her reappointment, and it is a sad day that I cannot too stand here to say that I congratulate the reappointment of any ombudsman out of time, long needed. Yeah, because somehow when we're talking about constitutional appointment and reappointment, context, as it is understood, somehow should be limited. However, I state for the record that we support the reappointment of Maria Arthurs, and we decry the inefficiency of the government to appoint the other constitutional mandated office holder of the Ombudsman.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Senator Pitts, for your contribution on this motion. And similarly to what was echoed and said to Senator Farber, your critique is, and your contribution on that matter is heard, and I repeat that the process in short order will be engaged. Thank you, Madam President. May the question be put?
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I think we would have had on the other paper the Occupational Safety and Health Bill, but earlier this morning we had addressed that, and that matter is deferred. Mr. President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to establish an internal audit department and committee to provide for reasonable assurance that persons entrusted with public funds carry out their functions effectively, efficiently, economically, ethically, equitably, and in accordance with the law and the IPPF to strengthen governance, risk management, and control processes, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Mr. President, by way of background on the internal audit bill, Mr. President, back in 2014, the Public Expenditure and Financial Accountability Assessment found that Belize lacked a central internal audit function, limiting independent oversight of legality, integrity, and supporting documentation and compliance with accounting standards and financial rules. And the Public Expenditure and Financial Accountability recommended establishing a centralized internal audit function within the Ministry of Finance to strengthen governance and fiscal discipline. And so under the Public Expenditure and Financial Accountability Reform Initiative, technical assistance from CARTAC, that is the Caribbean Regional Technical Assistance Center, was sought, and this assistance supported the preparation of a draft internal audit bill. And the bill required that the internal audit function operates in accordance with international professional practices framework and global internal audit standards of the Institute of the Internal Auditors, aligning with government internal audit with international best practices. The draft legislation was further refined through consultancy support under the Strengthening of Public Expenditure Management Project, legislative drafting and review by the World Bank to enhance its legal, technical, and operational framework. And establishing a centralized internal audit framework will enable coordinated guidance, supervision, and quality assurance across ministries, statutory bodies, and state-owned enterprises, and reduce duplication and improve oversight, accountability, and efficiency in public financial management. The internal audit bill, therefore, Mr. President, which is before this honorable chamber, is intended to close gaps by providing a formal legal framework to support the aforesaid unit, which is established in the Ministry of Finance, to support that unit's operation, standardize internal audit practices, and embed the function within the wider public financial management structure. Again, Mr. President, this bill has undergone extensive, very extensive technical, legal, and consultancy review, and the bill has the support of the Cabinet. The internal audit bill, Mr. President, establishes a formal, structured framework for internal audit across the public service, aligned with international best practices, and it provides for a central internal audit department within the Ministry of Finance, empowered to deliver independent assurance and advisory services with full access to records, information, and personnel across all ministries, departments, statutory bodies, local authorities, and state-owned enterprises. Mr. President, the bill strengthens governance, accountability, and transparency, and promotes sound risk management and ensures that public resources are used efficiently, effectively, and in compliance with law and policy. Mr. President, we commend the bill for consideration and support of this honorable chamber. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Patrick Faber.
Mr. President, the opposition has no quarrel with the principle of an internal audit. We make that clear again for my colleague over there, who misses the point from time to time. We are in support of internal audits. In fact, we agree with the position took in 2014 when the report said that this kind of internal audit unit was necessary. And we applaud as well, Mr. President, the work done since 2020 on just administrative footing. We agree, Mr. President, that the IAU deserves statutory footing. But what it does not deserve, Mr. President, because this bill as drafted does not create an independent audit function. What it does, Mr. President, is creates the appearance of one. And in the public financial management circle, the appearance of independence without substance is more dangerous than no independence at all. Let me go straight to the structure, Mr. President. And if we turn to section 5 of the bill, it tells us that the CIA reports administratively to the financial secretary. Then when we look at section 17, it tells us that the financial secretary appoints every member of the oversight committee. And then section 17.3 tells us that the chair of that committee is drawn from the pool that includes the financial secretary himself. So, Mr. President, the Ministry of Finance appoints the body that oversees the department that audits the Ministry of Finance. That's in effect what is happening. That is not check and balance, Mr. President. That is a closed loop. Compare this, Mr. President, to the Auditor General, whose mandate flows from the Constitution directly, and who has to report, in fact, to the National Assembly. Even though it is internal to the working of the government, the National Assembly is a part of the government, and it has to, which could be considered more independent than just a regular government office. The Auditor General is obliged by the Constitution to report to the National Assembly. No such check and balance in this legislation being proposed for internal audit. This bill, Mr. President, creates a parallel audit institution with a fraction of the accountability. Annual reports don't come to the National Assembly, Mr. President. Annual reports go to the minister. Not to the House, not to the Senate, but to the minister. Not to the Joint Public Accounts Committee, which is chaired by the opposition and, of course, would seem, at least to the Belizean people, to be more objective in that it is chaired by a member of the opposition. At least for all purposes of credibility, it would seem that that is a better way to go. But in terms of this particular bill, Parliament, Mr. President, is an afterthought. And this is a bill that tries to bring accountability about money. You remember what I said earlier, Mr. President, that there are only two things that cause this government to bring legislation, you remember? One is when they want to borrow money, and two is when there is a big stick hanging over their head by some other entity which tells them, when we don't make one promise somewhere along the line, you now have to get in line. Well, the World Bank is here saying and giving us a deadline that, in fact, we must submit. And where did I get this from? Straight from the white paper. They admit it. That submission of the Parliament on the internal audit bill would serve as a performance and policy action for World Bank fiscal year 25, which began on the 1st of July 2025, straight from the government's paper. The same notes tell us that the public service sensitization sessions were to have been started in April of 2026. I haven't heard any of that. I heard the leader of government business, though, Mr. President, say that this is a bill that we have beaten to death in terms of consultation. But the sensitization sessions for the most important people have not begun yet, and we are now in June of 2026. But correct me if I'm wrong. If it began and we missed it, tell us. And of course, this comes from the cabinet paper, which I think was passed in February, went to the cabinet in February of 2026. So this was wishful thinking, and it is proof that when they say they will do something, it doesn't always happen according to what was promised. So we ask the question, is this just ticking another box for the World Bank, or is it that we are genuinely, Mr. President, interested in keeping government finances straight and being accountable to the Belizean people? Mr. President, in the bill itself, we found a few areas of concerns, but I will stress on two. Because this bill reaches into communities and into the private sector in ways that we have not seen before, and they have not discussed it. In the first instance, the schedule at item 6 includes village councils. Section 10 requires, let me read it, Mr. President. Section 10 requires any relevant authority to respond in writing within 1 month of an audit report. Section 25 makes non-compliance a criminal offense, carrying up to 12 months imprisonment. So, Mr. President, we are in fact creating criminal exposure for village council chairmen who have no finance officers, who have, in many cases, not even a computer. no capacity to produce any kind of documents in electronic format. They never got electricity in some places. How much? Like, it raised to 100, it used to be 50. One of the big boasts of the PUP administration that they raised it from 50 to 100. Section 14 contemplates that this is not accountability, that it is a law eating its own people. What is to happen with these people? How are they going to make the kind of demands that this bill asks them to do it? And it threatens with jail time. I don't see anywhere where it threatens with any fines. There are no fines at jail time. Up to 12 months imprisonment if they can't produce these things. It is unfair and unreasonable on the Belizean people, but especially the poor Belizean people. And the second area that I think Belizeans need to be concerned about, this is more on the private citizen side, and is that under Section 14, internal auditors may enter any premises, compel any document, and require explanations from employees of entities merely connected to a relevant authority. They don't need a warrant, Mr. President. They don't need any kind of judicial oversight. They don't have any kind of proportionality requirement. The bill makes it such that they can actually go into your premise, take what documents they want, enter without permission, enter without a warrant. Imagine. So we can't, Mr. President, find room for a single judicial safeguard in this regard. And so we must ring the bell on this one. Mr. President, as I said in the beginning, and I, like my colleagues, feel compelled to reiterate again, we support this bill. Internal auditing is important. We have seen where this has become very necessary, but we have a few recommendations. And I want Senator Guerra to hear me loud and clear. These are recommendations to improve the quality of the bill, Mr. President. And the first one is that we recommend that the annual reports be tabled to the National Assembly. Bring it here. This is a far more independent body, especially given that we have the kind of representation outside of the two major political parties when it reaches here to the upper house. We have representation from the church, from the unions, from the NGO community, from the environmental community, from the business community. That is a far cry more an independent, a responsible body than the minister himself or a minister. And I cannot neglect to mention, Mr. President, because I remember 2020 very well, after the PUP won the general elections, and we had to sit down and endure a motion that basically highlighted the entire PUP manifesto in the House of Representatives. Long motion, spell out all what they want to do. And chief among those things that they claimed, I mean, the people just gave a mandate, it was a large mandate, but they felt obliged, they felt compelled to put it in the form of a motion and have us endure what all they would do. And chief among those things was to reduce ministerial power. So I'm sure that this suggestion that the opposition is making now fits wonderfully into Plan Belize's original version, unless there was some modification made to 2.0 that removed any kind of quest to reduce ministerial power. But I didn't read it, Dr. K, so I can't say. I have a tendency to not read rubbish. But if it is that they're genuinely concerned about reducing ministerial power, then this fits right in line with you. You will change the legislation being proposed today to in fact have this internal auditing mechanism report to the National Assembly and not to the minister. We also request and recommend, Mr. President, independent appointments with parliamentary confirmation. We just went through the process of appointing the Contractor General, and luckily it is you who is in the chair, Mr. President, because the actual president may have stopped me from even referring to this now, because that I did not agree with, for the record. My colleague has all right, in my view, to speak on constitutional appointments if that is what we were discussing. But I will leave that matter alone before. We have a right to speak in here. We have a right to speak in here, and we have a right for these constitutional appointments to come here, and when they not come, we have a right to say so. So when was she supposed to have spoken on the matter? If the motion is not coming for the appointment of the ombudsman. If you could only talk on it when the motion comes. It's ridiculous. But anyway, I know you are not... you were just about to go in that same vein. But the independent appointments are to come in the same way the Auditor General and the Accountant General and the Contractor General and all these people who should keep us in check comes here. We could have the same thing done. The CIA tenure and salary protected in the legislation as well. When you don't have to worry about them firing you or removing you when you have tenure, Mr. President, accountability works better. Being able to call a spade works better. The issue that I raised in terms of the village chairpersons, Mr. President, is also a matter that we would recommend to be changed. We recommend graduated applications that don't criminalize village governance. Because it is not intentional many of the times when these things happen. In fact, greater support is needed, and I make that plea and that cry today. Greater support is needed for our village councils in the administration of their duties or the carrying out of their duties of administration in their respective villages. Many of the times it's being done voluntarily. Yeah, the chairman, the government will say again, is lucky to get that 100. But the chairman also has to do many other things, bury the dead, go to people's homes, do all sorts of things. And I hear that already, well, the UDP had 30, well, this is the thing, you know, we're not in a power now, fix it. Fix it. A judicial safeguard is also being proposed, Mr. President. Proportionality requirement on Section 14 in terms of access powers. It would be good if there is an explicit whistleblower protection in this legislation as well, Mr. President, for those who report in good faith but fear victimization. And victimization seems very much to be the watchword of one of the watchwords of this government. And then also, Mr. President, a mandatory commencement deadline. As it stands now, this bill has an open-ended ministerial order. It's almost like, in fact, then they try to trick the World Bank, you know. We have put it on the books, we will pass it through the House of Representatives, we will pass it through the Senate, but no worry, it won't become law until it is actually signed into order. That's what the legislation says now. And it takes us back to the question of whether this is being done to tick a box or it is being done intentionally because we want to put stronger safeguards for our country's finances? Are we genuinely trying to be more accountable, or we're just ticking a box? That's the question. Mr. President, if we pass this bill as it is written, we will have a department that is structurally owned by the ministry that it audits. It will be born from donor deadline and armed with sweeping powers over the ordinary Belizeans, but it will have no independent check. That is not what accountability looks like, Mr. President, and we can do better. And this Senate is precisely the place where we should begin to do better. As I said in one of my earlier presentations, that was what was promised to me on my first day when I landed in these upper chambers, that we can make recommendations for the betterment of the legislation that is passed, that sometimes slip through with all the politics that is played in the lower house. Because all of the bill passed through the lower house, you know. The Ash bill, imagine, passed through the lower house. The judges' salaries bill passed through the lower house. Many of these things, because they have a supermajority, they push their way right through. But because of the specific composition of this upper house, we have the unique chance. And in fact, it is an obligation now from the people of this country for us to make sure we have better legislation. I listened and I cringed as in some corners they tried to make it seem, Mr. President, that it was the Senate. In fact, I didn't hear the government oppose when they started blaming particularly the opposition for holding up the Ash bill. Well, my goodness, unless you trick me, when you promise me that coming to the upper house would mean greater discussions, I know it has certainly been longer debates, because I've never spent my 20-odd years in the house in daily meetings that have debates. These are the longest sessions I've ever had. And now because in the House of Representatives you are not timed. So it shows that there is that opportunity, even if it is only voice. But I have learned and I am opting to say today that in fact I know that it is more than just talk when this chamber says we have a right to make injections for betterment of legislation. So that is why I've said loudly enough for Senator Guerra to hear that even when we agree that the legislation that is put forward, as is the case with this internal audit bill, Mr. President, that we have a right on behalf of the Belizean people to make our recommendations for improvement heard. And we hope that the new trend continues by my friends, I should say, the leader. No, but whenever he finds the usual leader of government business, as I understand it, AG, you and him work well together, because he have to call you and ask you if you're all right if we delay the bill, if you're willing to do the additional input and all of that. So I will say that I believe it is both of you who, and of course the composition of this upper house that makes it almost mandatory. So we give you all the credit, but I think it's more the fact that there are good, upstanding, hard-working senators, and even those who visit with us from time to time, who deputize for the other regular members, work hard and understand the importance of creating good legislation. So we recommend these changes, Mr. President, and we hope that we can leave here today with the best version of this bill. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Dr. Kaye.
Thank you, Mr. President. Again, picking up on some of the discussions so far, and first off, I guess to say that we fully support, the NGO community is part of the Joint Public Accounts Committee, and this is a committee that has been advocating for this type of legislation for a while. We also have appreciated a lot of the consultation process that has taken place, and of course there can always be more consultation. So we fully align and support that this is a piece of legislation that is necessary. Having said that, I do believe that there are some key points that could be addressed, and we would actually want to request that there are some concrete changes that can be suggested and made to make this legislation stronger. I think one of the points that was brought forward regarding reporting is really key. Reporting to just a minister in such an essential office is definitely not something that seems appropriate for what this is trying to do. And from our side of the aisle, I think we would want to bring a suggestion that at minimum, we have internal auditors report not just to the minister, but perhaps to the JPAC, to some sort of committee, to the Auditor General. So I think those could be recommendations that could be considered that could really strengthen this, without a lot of significant changes, but changes that strengthen the legislation. I think the point on, the independence of the person appointed or the people appointed for internal audit, that's really key as well for us. And I want to bring up one thing that I think is really key here. The leader of government business mentioned earlier that internal auditors will have full access to information. But I just want to remind us all that recently, I believe, and not too long ago, it was a few months ago, that we had all these news about the Auditor General, somebody that by constitution should have full access, being denied access by agencies. And I believe that everybody in this chamber is probably aware of those news. So it's good to say that they will have access, but that access, it really needs to be materialized, it needs to be meaningful. And so I guess the question is, as we present this bill, what can we do to ensure that indeed that access will be there and that this will not be a repeat of what has happened with the Auditor General? Laws are only as strong as the weakest link, and so we can have this law in place, but if there is no access, the goal of the bill will not have been accomplished. So it would be excellent to hear interventions from the government side on what we can do to rectify this issue of access and to ensure that that access is there. And then, because this is a public space and we work for the people, I think, there's also from our side a plea to our fellow citizens that there needs to be cultural change. We need to be able to speak up on these issues. It's good that the news has reported things like the lack of access that the auditor, or the barring of access that the Auditor General faced. So that is one key step. Media brought that up for all the public to see that this is a situation that occurs even when we have laws that say that by constitution that office needs to have access. And that cultural change is, yes, to demand this independence, to support that these processes are independent, and to support that we have these strong reporting processes that go beyond just the minister. And so I humbly submit to you all the suggestion that at least on the reporting mechanism, there could be an easy change for reporting to not just go to the minister, but rather to the minister, the JPAC, the Auditor General, so that this legislation will in fact do what it is meant to do. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try my best not to address you as Mr. given that I'm so used to Madam President there. Mr. President, I rise today to fully support the concept of the internal audit function and the Internal Audit Bill 2026. Let me be frank, Mr. President. This bill has been a long time coming. For years we have talked ad nauseum about the disastrous state of our public accounts. We have lamented the unacceptable 10-year backlog in finalizing our national audits. We have watched year after year as the Auditor General has been utterly unable to give a clean opinion on the financial state of this country. An essential feature of any good accounting system, Mr. President, is a functional, independent internal audit mechanism. This is especially critical in a massive decentralized government apparatus like ours, where functions are scattered across various ministries and departments. In a system that is wide, our absolute reliance on internal controls to protect the integrity of the taxpayer dollars is paramount. Mr. President, let me briefly state what an internal auditor do in a government system. If the Office of the Auditor General acts as government's financial undertaker, if you will, he arrives at the fact to determine how the budget was spent over a period of time, then the internal auditors are the preventative healthcare workers within that system. And so they go out and they test the controls and they make sure that the system is working the way it should. In government, internal auditors are not just number crunchers like the external auditors to some extent. They are frontline defense against waste, structural collapse, and corruption. Their presence fundamentally shifts public financial management from a state of constant panic to one of structured accountability, making sure, like I said, that the systems are working the way they should. Here is why internal auditors are absolutely vital to any functioning government. External auditors look at the past, often auditing books that are years old. Internal auditors operate in the now, continuous present. They continuously assess, Mr. President, operations to identify vulnerabilities, where weaknesses are, and where weaknesses can be exploited, before they result in a loss of millions of dollars, public scandal, and administrative failure. They test systems, Mr. President, to make sure that those systems are working. They give early warnings so that wherever those weaknesses appear, they can be fixed before they're exploited by an errant operator within the system. Government entities handle massive amounts of public wealth, from cash reserves and tax revenues to heavy machinery, land, digital assets. Without internal auditors, these assets easily depreciate into thin air. They look for segregation of duties, Mr. President, and these are where the controls are, so that one person cannot take a transaction from the start to the finish. Where there's any break or where that is not happening, again, they sound the alarm. They track assets, to make sure that those assets are accounted for. It is entirely possible for a government department to spend money 100% legally while still wasting it to a large extent. Internal auditors will look at those wastages, Madam President, and report on it. A robust internal audit function radically transformed the efficiency of the Supreme Audit institutions, like the Auditor General. When internal auditors do their job daily, the government's financial records remain organized, reconciled, and verifiable. Again, one of the big issues the Auditor General continues to talk about in the reports, Mr. President, is that accounts, simple accounts like cash accounts, bank accounts, are not reconciled. External auditors, when they come in to do the audit, Mr. President, they don't have to go through that whole process if you have a good functioning internal audit system, because what they do is they rely on the work that the Auditor General, that the internal auditor does, because those controls would have tested. And if the controls are tested and are reported to be working, then the external auditor or the Auditor General can come in and rely on that information so that they don't have to go through that whole process again. The country, hopefully, this function can eventually lead to us having clean audits, Mr. President. And let me just read for you one of the opinions, or a statement from the Auditor General, and this has been in every audit for at least the last 2 decades. One second, just bring this up a little. First of all, there's a disclaimer. The Auditor General says that, one second. We do not express an opinion on the accompanying financial statements of the Accountant General's Department because of the significance of the matter described on the basis of disclaimer. And then the basis of disclaimer is, the Accountant General's Department has been maintaining its accounting records both manually and electronically in a SmartStream accounting system. Records or documentations were missing or were not provided as supporting evidence for the year ended, and this was for March 2016. As a result of this, the Office of the Auditor General was unable to perform our audit procedures and financial statement assertions made by the Accountant General's Department and to verify key account balances in the financial statements. Again, every audit report has that exact same statement, Mr. President. So we are not merely debating a standard framework or a routine bureaucratic shift today. We are here to patch a severely leaking bucket, a broken system that has drained the resources, the confidence, and the patience of the Belizean people for generations. For too long, the management of public funds in Belize has been treated not as a sacred constitutional responsibility, but as an afterthought. Successive administrations have shown far too little interest or regard for the administrative part of governance. Today we choose to perhaps stop that bleeding and to take a different path. This is certainly a step in the right direction. Well, Mr. President, we must be honest with ourselves and with the citizens we serve. Belize has inherited and sustained a long, painful history of struggling with outdated accounts, systemic vulnerabilities, and a chronic paralyzing absence of daily internal controls. For decades, our public financial management system has operated in a purely reactionary state. We have grown accustomed to a culture where financial statements are finalized right now, a decade later, where records mysteriously vanish into thin air and where accountability is delayed so long that it is effectively denied. How can you go and hold somebody responsible for something 10 years after? They're not even there anymore. Sometimes they're completely out of the system, Mr. President. So this lack of daily control hasn't just invited inefficiency, it has created a fertile breeding ground for corruption to take root. When a government is not equipped with the tools to constantly test the reliability of its own processes, it opens a wide window for nefarious activities. We do not have to look far for proof of these systemic failures, Mr. President. We only need to open the annual reports laid before this Honorable House chamber by the Office of the Auditor General. Virtually every single audit submitted by the Auditor General for the past 2 decades has been slapped with a, like I said, a disclaimer of opinion. Let us demystify what that means for the public listening today. A disclaimer of opinion, Mr. President, is the absolute worst bill of health an auditor can issue. It means the records are in such a state of utter disarray, the scope limitations so severe, the controls so non-existent, that the Auditor General is forced to state, we cannot issue an opinion because these accounts cannot be relied upon. It is a financial indictment on the system. The Auditor General's report has repeatedly sounded the alarm on glaring vulnerabilities within the system. And this bill finally seeks to address the control structure that is necessary to improve the situation, Mr. President. Things that the Auditor General continues to flag or to highlight, Mr. President, is unreconciled bank statements, fraud in some cases, porous internal controls, lack of proper asset management, and flagrant non-compliance to the financial and store orders. As an external auditor, Mr. President, the Auditor General is structurally designed to look backward. They perform a financial postmortem, if you will. They arrive after the money has left the vault, after the whatever has happened, and then they report on that. This is where the internal audit, Bill 2026, completely shifts that whole paradigm. And I know that this has been in place since, at least a semblance of it has been in place since 2020, if I'm understanding correctly from the supporting paper that was presented. But I think this expands it to an entire department, and I think that is certainly an important move. I know that I listened to the lead senator from the opposition talking about the whole structure and the reporting structure, and I think that is a very important issue. Because the independence of the internal audit function is important, but the independence is a little different from the independence that you look at from an external audit standpoint, because you're looking at the reporting structure within an organization for the internal audit. The bill creates a critical bridge of operational synergy. Once this law takes effect, the Auditor General will finally be able, or should be finally able to rely on the day-to-day work of the internal auditor. This will result, Mr. President, in tremendous, or should result in tremendous efficiency. Instead, the Auditor General wasting valuable years and millions of taxpayers' dollars sorting through chaotic mountain of unreconciled accounts, disorganized receipts or books. They can simply rely on the work of the internal auditor as they go through the process. However, Mr. President, let us not fool ourselves into thinking that simply passing this piece of legislation is the magic wand. It's not. This has to be worked through on a day-to-day basis. A law is only as strong as the system and the people who are managing it. We have to make sure that those who are there do their jobs. That is important. If not, it will not work. It demands that the chief executive officers, who are also the accounting officers within these ministries, Mr. President, that they take full responsibility to ensure that their accounts are up to date and compliant. It demands that the finance officers and accounting clerks maintain their books in real time, or at least in a timely fashion. It demands that the new internal auditor and the department, that they stand firm, independent, and completely unbothered about any type of political pressures that may come their way. I must note, Mr. President, that there are structural elements within this bill that I am not entirely clear on, and I think that we need to go through it, and I'm glad that perhaps we could look at some of these within the committee. I will just state one, Mr. President, is, for example, Part 2, Section 4 states that the Internal Audit Department will be housed within the Ministry of Finance. But the Ministry of Finance is responsible for the entire accounting system, and so the Accountant General reports to the Financial Secretary. And so that's certainly, I think, something we could look on a little bit. I know that there's an audit committee that is established under the bill, but perhaps that also can be strengthened, because an audit committee is extremely important as part of the internal audit function. And then under Section 5, Mr. President, establishes the Chief Internal Auditor, and their staff. However, the bill remains silent on whether these internal auditors will be physically and continuously lodged within the various ministries on a permanent basis. Now, I say that because things are always happening in these ministries, and some ministries are more famous than others in terms of what they're doing wrongly. And so I think that it's extremely important that when this internal audit department is set up, that you have key internal auditors within these ministries, especially, like I said, where the ones that are more problematic, to make sure that the controls within these ministries or these departments are being complied with. If we are truly to monitor and test controls on an ongoing basis, Mr. President, and which is an absolute necessity given the current state of the disarray that we've spoken about, that the Auditor General continues to report on, we cannot have a team that merely conducts occasional site visits into these ministries. We need permanent internal auditors who will serve as watchdogs, but they're also testing the system on a continuous basis, embedded where the spending is happening and where the activities are taking place. So in conclusion, Mr. President, I want to again reiterate, I fully support the concept of what we're trying to achieve here. I think that is an extremely important step, and I don't believe I don't believe, and I've said this before, in fact, I serve on the Joint Public Accounts Committee, and I've mentioned this there many, many times, that a lot of the problems that the Auditor General is facing stems from the lack of us having, or the system having, an effective internal audit function within the government system. Without controls, the Auditor General is almost pressed, Mr. President, to do 100% audit, which is not possible within such a big system. And so, and then you have all the, and this has to go even further, Mr. President, because you have the financial and stores orders. Those were what, 1967, I believe, and have not been touched since. And these are what sets up a lot of the controls within the system, Mr. President. And so having the department is one thing, but also updating, those controls is important, because a lot has changed since the 1960s. I'm hoping that when we go to committee, Mr. President, that we'll be able to look at some of the structural issues that we have with the bill. And perhaps we could, like the leader of the opposition senators said, is that we could try to address some of those areas that were identified that can be strengthened. I believe that we need to move as quickly as possible in terms of getting this bill passed, because I think it's important that we have this type of check within the system. I think this will go a far way, Mr. President, once we've completed going through the process and strengthening it. I think it will go a far way in terms of improving the situation within the government finances. It will go a far way in terms of improving accountability within the system. And it will be a tremendous aid to the Auditor General in terms of him or her carrying out the functions of the Auditor General. And so I'll conclude, Mr. President, that I fully support the concept of this bill. I think that there are just some few changes I think that we could make to improve it, but I think it will go a far way in terms of improving the system, the financial accounting system that we have. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Denison.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know I talk about money thing, I kind of understand money thing. But I understand transparency and accountability well. And I have listened to my friends on both sides of the House. And so my contribution is only to endorse the principle behind the internal audit bill as a member of the JPOC, and ask that we undertake here to make the changes in the committee, having identified serious gaps that at the very least merit further deliberation with a view to strengthening the internal audit bill. Said another way, I like that we are moving in the right direction. I support, in principle, having the internal audit unit. I support, in principle, having the internal audit unit. The concerns that have been raised on both sides of the aisle by no less than our colleague whose profession it is to understand audit merits, at the very least, deliberations in committee for amendments that would be suggested to be adopted. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Cetina.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, I rise today to contribute in this debate regarding the Internal Audit Bill 2026. And from the outset, I will say that I support this bill, primarily because I am guided by what the independent Senator Herrera had stated, given his recommendation. With that being said, like I said, for clarification, so that there is no miscommunication or that my words are misconstrued, I support the objective, the principle of this bill. Every Belizean, regardless of political affiliation, wants to know that funds are being properly spent, that the government programs are achieving their intended purpose, and that those who are entrusted with the public purse are held accountable. In fact, in the budget debate, I had talked about specifically the youth support program. And to me, there are millions of dollars being spent in that program. And a small amount, we're talking about maybe 400,000 to 500,000, is actually going into the program that it was designed to. And I had mentioned that maybe I got something wrong, and I went to look at the goals and the objective of the programs. And definitely, that program needs to be audited. And one of the things that I definitely appreciate is that you can audit it in real time, not after the fact. So, again, in principle, I support the bill. This bill seeks to establish the Professional Internal Audit Department and Internal Audit Committees to strengthen governance. I'd be crazy not to support, in principle, that, to ensure that we're compliant with risk management, internal controls, and the oversight throughout the public sector. They are objectives that are difficult to oppose. Again, if I was to oppose that, something would be wrong with me. Mr. President, if there's one thing that Belizeans are tired of hearing, is the headlines that funds went missing, and I'm using the word missing, and then the poor excuses and the lack of investigation that seems to go nowhere. The lack of accountability. And what is that telling the Belizean people? Corruption. Now, I don't want to get carried away, Mr. President. In recent times, you know, we have seen reports concerning missing exhibit money within. Let me start with dates. May 2026. You know, reports indicated that 21,000 was quote unquote missing. I won't go too much in details. In the Belize Police Department that may have gone missing before reaching the Queen Street Station vault. In May 2026, again reports involving over 160,000 from the Immigration Department went unaccounted for. But, so this is why I am looking forward to these internal audits to be conducted. We all remember in April 2025 when Belize witnessed one of the most horrific scenes, and those who experience it knows it. Those on that flight coming from Corozal going to San Pedro, the flight was hijacked, and shortly thereafter, again headlines, there is airport security should have come into effect. Monies were apparently paid, again unaccounted for. So I'm looking forward to these internal audits to be conducted. When we talk about these things, for instance, with this one, the lifespan of the contract, we're looking at a total of $28.5 million. How much did we approve just now? 10 million USD, 20 million Belize. All in all, it valuated about $26 million. 2 mil shorter from what the government contract with this airport security. So it is important that we see this bill through to the very end.
Make sure you have teeth first.
On May 27, 2026, again, headlines. It is confirmed that approximately $25 million has been spent on sargassum mitigation within these coastal areas. We mentioned earlier that about 60 to 70% of the overall tourists that enters this country goes to Kikaker and San Pedro. And most of those tourists go to Holchan Marine Reserve. They see hundreds, if not thousands of people every day. There's been no internal audit on how those revenues are being spent. 6 years later, all we get is excuses. But I continue. In San Pedro, they floated a bond of $28 million. I don't know, no one knows whether that amount was raised. But we should know. So I'm looking forward to this internal audit bill go through to the very end. So, I mentioned these so that we can all see the importance of ensuring that this bill passes through. But what is more important is the recommendation that we're about to lay forward. Because if we're going to pass this bill, which we all agree is very important, we must get it right from the onset. Because while the government who's bringing this bill forward might feel ministerial powers serves them, they won't always be in government. And the way things are going, we want to ensure that in successive government, that these internal audits can be conducted independently. Sorry, I got carried away. Let me go back to my notes. So, we have witnessed serious security failures in ensuring that the public purse is protected. Whether these matters ultimately involve wrongdoings, negligence, corruption, or plain administrative failures, they demonstrate one thing clearly. Belize needs these type of legislation to ensure that we can prevent, that we can detect them while it is happening, and those who are found liable be held accountable. So again, I don't want any sort of misunderstanding or to be misquoted. I support this bill in principle. The objective of it, establishing a professional internal audit function, is a step towards the right direction. This bill grants Internal Audit Department broad powers to access records, review government operation, examine risk management system, investigate irregularities, misappropriations, and monitor the implementation of the recommendations. It is important. However, Mr. President, like I have said before, the effectiveness of the internal or of the Audit Institute depends on these three things, which is independence. It's mentioned in the bill. Transparency and accountability. We just don't want to know this person or that person misappropriated the funds and that's the end of the story. Let's dive into the independence of this bill. The bill repeatedly emphasized independence of the Internal Audit Department. In fact, we look at clause 9, states that the Chief Internal Auditor shall act independently and not be subject to the directions or the controls in relation to the scope, conduct, and reporting of the audit. Now, you hear that? We all hear that. Belizeans watching at home hear that. And it sounds good. But the independence is not merely achievable simply by writing the word or including the word independent into the bill. Independence must be reflective in the structure. And my colleague, the lean senator for the opposition, had said earlier, there is a problem with the way it is structured. Class 5, or under class 5, I should say. The Chief Internal Auditor reports administratively to the Financial Secretary. Clause 17, the Financial Secretary appoints most members of the Internal Audit Committee. Under Clause 18, we're breaking this down, guys. Under Clause 18, the committee exercises significant oversight over the department. So, Mr. President, this perception that the executive branch maintains sustainable influence over the very institution that it is intended to scrutinize government operation. I therefore believe all of us, I challenge all of us, not only the government, I challenge each and every senator. We should consider the role of the independent professionals and ensure that greater involvement of Parliament in this oversight structure. We're asked to pass these bills. But then, what next? We never hear of it afterwards. Now, we all agree, Belize is clamoring for transparency. In fact, the government, when in opposition, they campaign on this platform. Clause 15 treats audit reports as strictly confidential. That's how I interpret it. Now, I understand the need to protect sensitive information. However, accountability cannot stop at a minister's desk. Clause 21 and 22 report move from the Internal Audit Department to the committee and then to the Financial Secretary and the minister. That ain't no transparency. Again, the opposition lead senator in. At the very least, include JPAC. Many CARICOM countries have recognized the importance of close coordination between internal auditors and the Auditor General. Yet, we see, I don't know if it was done deliberately or not, but I must highlight it. Under this bill, the Auditor General is primarily notified when fraud or irregularities is suspected. And so, I believe that there is merit in requiring significant audit findings to be routinely shared with the Auditor General and, I will add, JPAC. After all, guys, these recommendations, these institutions serve the same purpose that this bill is trying to achieve, which is to protect public resources. Mr. President, I'm also concerned about Clause 26. The schedule identifies the entity that falls under the authority of this Act. And these include ministers, department, statutory bodies, city councils, town councils, village councils, entities receiving public funds. However, Clause 26 allows the minister to amend that schedule by order. In other words, the minister may effectively expand or alter the entities covered by this piece of legislation without returning to this Honorable National Assembly for full legislative scrutiny. I believe, we believe, changes of this type of nature should be subject to the affirmative approval by Parliament. If we're trying to achieve greater transparency and accountability, these recommendations is in the right step towards that. In principle, I support this bill. The principle behind this bill is sound. We all agree, Belize deserve these type of legislation. Stronger internal control. We need to start safeguarding against wastage of public funds, inefficiency, and the abuse of the public resources. For these reasons, Mr. President, senators, I humbly ask that these recommendations be taken into account. I support the intent of the bill. I respectfully only urge the government to consider these as amendments that strengthens the independence of this bill, that strengthens the transparency of this bill that strengthens Parliament oversight in this bill, and to ensure, if we're trying to achieve transparency at a Parliament, or to be more specific, JPAC, be included, let it not stop at a minister's desk. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Pitts.
Thank you, Mr. President. Like my colleagues before me, Senators Farber, Herrera, Kay, Dennison, and Guerra, the policy rationale of the bill, as outlined in the background note, is sound, timely, and necessary. And while the bill advances important reforms in public financial management, there remain areas that warrant amendment if Parliament is to ensure the legislation fully achieves its intended purpose. And so only because I must always proceed ex abundante cautela and ensure that I am not misunderstood, misconstrued, or misquoted, I speak for myself when I say the policy rationale, the objective of the bill is supported, only to the extent that the bill, as it currently stands, is not ripe for passage. There need be some treatment to the gaps and gray areas that would make it better. Mr. President, I recall a press conference that the UDP gave, and to which I had lent a contribution in relation to laws, stating that our laws bear no teeth. And Mr. President, I invite those of this chamber to go on social media and look for a little meme or something someone created quoting me. It was rather funny. But it brought back into sharp focus why I said that. Because there are two observations that can be made of our laws in Belize. On the one hand, we have good laws. They're sound, but lack enforcement. Those laws are the laws that I say bear no teeth, because they are only good on paper, but nothing else. And then there are laws, on the other hand, that, as short as my little nose bridge, no foresight, no kind of work or criticism of any treatment to recognize that there was more work to be done in the bill. And so here we are at a stage, as Senator Farber has said before, where we ought get it right from the beginning. And so those suggestions for amendments, I marshal now. We've heard both Senators Farber, Herrera, and Zetina make reference to the location of the Internal Audit Department within the Ministry of Finance. And so the observation to be appreciated about that is that it creates a tension between independence and institutional placement. The department is expected to provide independent assurance over government programs and operations while simultaneously being situated within the ministry responsible for government financing. Talk about the rat minding the cheese. And so, there should be, in the contemplation of recommendation, provisions prohibiting any person, including the financial secretary, the minister, the CEO, or accounting officer, from directing the outcome, findings, recommendations, scope, or methodology of an audit. And this is important because we have to have the foresight to appreciate that we are putting in place an internal audit mechanism where you are going to report the results of an audit finding, and a situation where a CEO or a minister could decide that, and this is not imputing improper motives or speaking in the abstract, they must sit down on the report, or that nothing will be done with the report. And I will get to that part later down when I speak about consequences of failure to act within the confines of the provisions of the legislation. And like my friend Senator Zettina has alluded to, actual independence and perceived independence are equally important to maintain public confidence in audit findings. So we must not only have perceived independence, we must have actual independence. Now, on the reporting relationship to the Chief Internal Auditor. With your permission, Section 5.2 reads, and I use the abbreviations, the CIA shall report A, administratively to the Financial Secretary, and B, as provided in this Act, and functionally to the committee. Here, there is an attempt to separate administrative oversight from functional independence, but dual reporting relationships could create uncertainty regarding priorities, resources, staffing, and operational direction. So it is important to clarify that administrative reporting shall not extend to audit planning, audit scope, audit findings, audit recommendations, or audit reporting. And the reasons for this express clarification is so that future conflicts, which may, that we avoid future conflicts which may arise between operational independence and administrative supervision. Now, one of my main red flags about this bill, and I'm sure Leader of Government Business Senator Sylvester and definitely Senator Dennison will appreciate my arguments hereafter. When we look at the interpretation section, clause 2, that defines fraud or irregularity. Fraud or irregularity is defined as an act or omission which unlawfully diminishes public funds or which is not consonant with the proper management of public funds or other non-financial public resources. This is one of the most significant drafting weaknesses in the bill. The definition conflates two very different concepts. Fraud ordinarily implies dishonesty, deception, concealment, or criminal conduct, and we can borrow and look to the provision of fraud in the Criminal Code, Chapter 101 of the Laws of the Belize, as revised in 2020. Now, an irregularity may involve procedural breaches, control weaknesses, non-compliance, negligence, or administrative failures. The bill is using fraud loosely. It could create three problems. And the thing is, with a term like fraud being used that way, public officers may wrongly assume every audit irregularity is criminal fraud. The CIA may hesitate to report matters because fraud sounds too conclusive. And accused persons may argue that the audit process prejudiced criminal liability. A better approach is to avoid using fraud as the only trigger, and the bill should distinguish between suspected criminal conduct, suspected fraud, financial irregularity, loss, waste, or misapplication of public resources, control deficiency, and non-compliance with law, financial orders, or store orders. And on the financial and store orders, I associate myself with the intervention made by Senator Herrera. And by doing that, it creates a lower and more practical reporting threshold. So a suggested amendment, because you have to separate the fraud from the irregularity, and instead use suspected financial misconduct, which includes any act, omission, transaction, practice, concealment, or control failure giving rise to reasonable grounds to suspect fraud, corruption, theft, misappropriation, unauthorized expenditure, irregular expenditure, waste, loss, abuse of public resources, breach of financial orders or store orders, or material non-compliance with policy or law. And then fraud by itself can be reserved for conduct that may amount to criminal offense. The phrase "not consonant with the proper management of public funds" is broad enough to encompass conduct ranging from poor record keeping to criminal embezzlement. So that too is a reason why you have to separate fraud from irregularity and introduce the proposal of suspected financial misconduct. Because not consonant with proper management of public funds is broad enough to include poor filing, late reconciliation, weak procurement documentation, failure to follow internal procedures, unauthorized spending, negligent loss, deliberate concealment, bribery, and theft. And those are vastly different levels of wrongdoing. So if Parliament does not separate them, the bill could produce an inconsistent treatment. And we can't have a situation where there are two sets of legislation creating definitions for a term differently. And so what the Parliament could consider is a graduated appreciation of what rises to the level. So poor documentation invites corrective action or training. Breach of financial orders invites disciplinary referral. Negligence loss invites surcharge, like as is provided for in the Finance and Audit Act, and disciplinary proceedings. Deliberate falsification, Auditor General and DPP referral, but I'll get to that shortly. And of course, instances where there is theft, bribe, corruption, those are squarely criminal investigation and prosecution considerations. And that structure should be built into the bill. Now, what is crave your indulgence, Mr. President? An issue that deals with the reporting relationship is very simple. Internal auditors are not criminal investigators or prosecutors. the threshold for internal audit reporting should be broader than criminal fraud, but sufficiently precise to distinguish administrative deficiencies from criminal wrongdoing. And then, in that case, the respective institutions that exist to do their respective functions come into play. So you would preserve the function, authority, and responsibility of the DPP, which it is my position that when it rises to that level, that reporting must go not to the CEO, not to the minister, especially where there may be circumstances where those are the very persons to which are subject to concerns about internal audit. But it should be expanded to include reporting to the Attorney General, as mentioned by Dr. K, and I add the DPP so that the DPP can make a determination. So the provisions in 13, no, I have it. Yes, 13 that says that where, and I read, Mr. President, with your leave, where a relevant authority suspects any fraud or irregularity involving public funds, it shall forthwith refer the matter to the CIA and supply all relevant information in its possession for assessment in accordance with internal audit. And sub 2 reads, where the CIA identifies a suspected case of fraud or irregularity, the CIA shall promptly inform the CEO or head of the relevant authority and the Auditor General, and may inform the head of the public service where appropriate. And so this is why I say, in this, we are creating a reporting pathway, but it doesn't expressly, there is no provision for what happens next when facts disclose criminal conduct. And that is why the recommendation is being made that the reporting channel should include protected escalation, taking into account my recommendation on the 2 terms for definition, and appreciating that the provisions in section 15.2 that says the CIA shall treat internal audit reports as strictly confidential and shall, except in pursuance of section 13 or for the purposes of any criminal investigation or prosecution, only disclose their contents to the CEO and to any person to whom the CEO authorizes, discloses to the committee, and where a report deals with a suspected case of fraud or irregularity, or where the CIA thinks it necessary to the Auditor General. This, I say, Mr. President, is creating a limitation to which the Constitution already has given the Auditor General authority to be seized of. And we should be mindful not to pass an act that we're creating a limitation that they can decide that they will withhold information from an Auditor General where they think, or unless they think a criminal investigation or prosecution is there. And the position is that no, the Auditor General by the Constitution is already entitled to access all information. And there should be no limitation, especially in circumstances where it is not for any of these persons to determine whether or not the criminal investigation or prosecution is right. That is for the DPP. And that is why I say we have to give proper treatment to the distinction between fraud and irregularity, so that no person within the statutory scheme can trespass and think that they enjoy some authority, which would be arbitrary, to determine that, oh yeah, this is irregular, but it doesn't rise to the level of criminal fraud, so I'm not sending it, or I'm sending it. That is not their place to do. Their place is to just discover irregularity, and once that is discovered, it ought to be reported. And if, consonant with the background note that says one of the objectives of the bill is to strengthen accountability and integrity, then these are the things that certainly must be taken into account. And that objective is not fully achieved if serious misconduct can be identified without a clear escalation mechanism. So it is important to insert that referral provision requiring the CIA to refer matters disclosing potential criminal conduct to the Auditor General, Commissioner of Police, and the Director of Public Prosecution, because the IAD should identify, like I said, suspected misconduct. Decisions concerning criminal proceedings belong to the investigative and prosecutorial authorities established by law. I now make reference to functions of the department with reference to section 6 sub 3. So those provisions are strong and they align with international auditing standards that cannot be contradicted. There is, however, no corresponding framework establishing consequences where serious weaknesses are repeatedly ignored. So it is important to introduce statutory corrective action plans and mandatory implementation timelines. And this is separate from the provisions that come later that deals with punishment and penalty for a breach, because those provisions, they are limited to specific situation and not all. The power of the Financial Secretary with reference to section 6.2e. Without reading that provision, Mr. President, what I will say is that it attempts to preserve independence, but it allows the Financial Secretary to mandate tasks, and it creates the appearance that the department may be directed by an executive officer whose ministry is itself subject to audit. Talk about the rat minding the cheese. I think it would be important to require committee approval before any special task mandated by the Financial Secretary be undertaken, because independent oversight should determine whether a proposed task is consistent with audit independence. And then there is the concept of monopoly over internal audits, with reference to section 6 sub 7. Without reading that section, it promotes consistency, but it could become overly restrictive. Specialized statutory bodies, regulators, utilities, or technical agencies may require niche audit expertise. So it is important to permit engagement of external specialists where approved by the committee and coordinated through the CIA, because the objective should be quality assurance, not monopoly control. As I've alluded to before on the relationship with the Auditor General, and said the Constitution establishes the Auditor General under Section 109 and provides for the audit of public accounts under Section 120. Similarly, the Financial and Audit Reform Act contains a separate regime governing the duties and powers of the Auditor General. The background note states that the Internal Audit Department is intended to strengthen accountability and oversight. But internal audit and external audit are not the same thing, and therefore should be distinguished and or defined in the legislation. Because internal audit provides management assurance. The Auditor General provides independent constitutional oversight. The bill does not contain an express non-derogation clause, preserving the constitutional authority of the Auditor General. And we should have a non-derogation clause that says nothing in the Act shall limit, restrict, or derogate from the powers, functions, access, rights, reporting obligations, or independence of the Auditor General under the Constitution or the Finance Audit Reform Act. And this is because the constitutional audit regime must remain the supreme audit framework within the government. Well, in relation to offenses and enforcement, Mr. President, the background note states that it establishes offenses and penalties for obstruction of audits, false reporting, destruction of records, bribing, and unlawful disclosure of confidential information. So the bill recognizes need for enforcement. There appears, however, no corresponding sanction for failure to implement audit recommendations or failure to respond to audit findings. And so we must create administrative sanctions for unjustified failure to comply with statutory audit obligations. Because accountability requires consequences. We don't want to hear anymore, as Senator Zatina set out, all the missing monies without more. All the missing monies without appreciating that there ought be enforcement, corrective action as optional. It should not be. And you know why this is important? And it ties in with sanctions, because that is the first evidence that this entire country is serious about UNCAC. You know why? Because we're going to hold everyone accountable. So the public officers who are working diligently, honestly, to the ones who are responding to instructions, diligently and dishonestly, to holding to account those who benefit from same. So I recall, and it is on the record, Honorable Curdell Hyde championing the UNCAC. Yeah, because this is something that we should all want to see, to ensure that this good governance motion, Senator Faber, have the teeth it really meant to have. This bill should have the teeth it really mean to have. And so there are things that need to be put in place. Right? So, but on the Auditor General, sorry, let me go back just a little bit before I move forward with that. On the Auditor General, the reason why we must have a non-derogation clause and the reason why we must clearly delineate things is it could undermine the Auditor General, because the IAD sits in the Ministry of Finance. The department established in there, the CIA reports administratively to the FinSec. So that creates a perception problem that the ministry responsible for public finance is also hosting the audit body examining public financial controls. The committee, as Senator Faber has said, is too executive heavy, and I rest on his observations and arguments in relation to that. And because, as I've pointed out, the Auditor General does not have guaranteed access to all internal audit outputs, this cannot be the case. It's too discretionary, and the Auditor General's constitutional function should not depend on what the CIA thinks necessary to refer. On the recommended sanctions, Mr. President, the bill should make provision for a graduated enforcement framework. An administrative notice of non-compliance. If a relevant authority fails to respond within 1 month, the CIA should issue a written non-compliance notice. Escalation to the committee, where non-compliance continues for, say, 14 to 21 days, the matter should be referred to the IAD. Escalation to the FinSec, Auditor General and Public Service Commission, where the responsible officer is a public officer. Persistent failure should be referred for disciplinary action. And this aligns with the Finance and Audit Reform Act, which already provides that failure to comply with financial orders and store orders, save for the observation made by Senator Herrera, subject to a public officer to disciplinary action on the recommendation of the Financial Secretary without prejudice to criminal liability. And then the surcharge where public money is lost. This one is important, you know, because this is where waste happen right there. The Finance and Audit Reform Act provides for surcharge where a public officer fails to collect money. You know, like in the Customs Department, where big shipment is alleged to be passed for less money, you know? In turn, anyway, the Financial and Audit Reform Act already provides for a surcharge where a public officer fails to collect money, is responsible for improper payment, or causes deficiency, loss, or unauthorized destruction of public monies or properties. Whoever have we learned been held accountable for underreporting, undercollecting customs and excise duties? Did we not see in the media the other day the car importers showing proof how monies are being diverted away from the public purse? But yet, we have this bill that is coming into play and not taken into consideration. These are extra things that need to be done, and it doesn't only exist in the Customs Department, check lands. So that is why I want to hear Honorable Curdell Hyde on this bill and promoting it as a tenant for UNCAC. We can't quiet when it's convenient, you know. And we can't stand up and parade to say, yes, we're doing the right thing and passing the right laws without appreciating Senator Cowie. Because we not say, yeah, we are see through to the past without appreciating that money not ripe for passage. And these are the reasons it's not ripe for passage. The internal audit bill should expressly reference those obligations set out in the Finance and Audit Reform Act. Let bills see consistency to being read along with each other. Now, when it has to do with the offense for obstruction, destruction, false reporting, and non-compliance, the bill creates offenses for obstruction and misconduct with penalty up to 20,000 or 12 months imprisonment. You think that good, Joe? No. If we serious about UNCAC for address corruption, if we serious about plugging the holes of wastage, of theft, or how do I say missing, if we're serious, then the way we show how serious we are is by a signaling to the penalty and the punishment. $20,000 when millions they go missing. 12 months imprisonment when a whole file could disappear and you don't even reach the court yet. No. We have to be serious enough. And I would say, imprisonment serious, Manfred for jail, you know. Jail real. Senator Tennyson could tell you that the baddest a bad man when they realize that jail ain't going, a canary ain't turn, a sang sing. No 12 months imprisonment. Just this last month, in the Turks and Caicos Island, there was the pronouncement of the MISIC decision. It was yesterday. Sentence a former government minister, the PM, and an attorney at law to 3 and 4 years imprisonment respectively. And the reason why the attorney get that 4 years is because he actively engaged in the money laundering. After they don't thief it, he helped them get it out. And I'm not using MISIC to show that the imprisonment should be 4 years, you know, because I think the same parliamentary term it takes for people to steal should be the lowest limit for which they should go to jail for the stealing. Take a while a day, no half. And this is important because if we're serious about having an internal audit bill, we must be serious enough to see it through to prosecution of wrongdoers. And have wrongdoers know that it won't be a slap on the wrist for like that 20 million Venezuelan money we're missing. No. Diverted. It won't be just, oh, when Musa may divert the 20 million, that's what I'm talking about. It can't just be that we have 1 or 2 cases that go as far and then we have judicial pronouncements about who are cancerous sores. No, we want jail time, and the jail time must be serious. And the fine must also be reconsidered. Because we can't, and I tell you this, whenever there is any contribution from external bodies on how our laws are working, how they're being enforced, they look to see our success rate with test cases. Because some of the times, especially with, for example, civil asset forfeiture recovery, they come with further training to show you how you use the legislation. And it can't be that from the forefront we are seeing where, man, we never even get to one test case because the thing don't have no teeth for care with it. The bill should add extra offense for willful failure to provide an implementation plan. Because if an auditor can tell you that there are leakages, he can also tell you how to stop it. And the bill makes provision for that. And so where they tell you how to stop it, what to do, where it is not done, there should be an offense for failure to do that. There should be an offense for failure to implement corrective action without reasonable excuse. And also for knowingly providing false implementation updates. Because sometimes anything look pretty for you, you know. Suppressing audit finding. And this one is serious, you know. And that is why I say the CIA cannot enjoy any discretion on what to report to the Auditor General or a DPP or let's say a Commissioner of Police, because this is where somebody could say, I need a report, sit down on this. And if that is the case, I'm saying there should be an offense for suppressing an audit finding. And then we will show ourselves as a nation to be serious about corruption. Because it's there, you know. It's there. And we have our public officers who see it. And in that vein, I say, we have to and we must provide whistleblower protection in this bill. Because people must know, public officers must know that there will be no retaliation if they say, hey, this is where I find, this is where I tell them, this is what I don't do. Because the public needs to know. And someone must be held accountable. In the business world, private sector, there is this term CYA. And I bet you, if these recommendations are taken into account, each public officer will appreciate what is at stake and ensure that he or she discharges his roles and functions to the utmost integrity. And so you can't blame me for not knowing I know because you do it. And I will be able to say that you do it. And that is the spirit and the rationale to which this piece of bill must give life to UNCAC. And we can't stand here and say, yes, we have the bill with discharge obligation. Senator Herrera, you said how long this was in the making, 2014? It really, really cannot be. So what we do, what we must not do, is create strong legislation in access, but weak legislation on consequences. What we cannot do is create legislation where look and sound pretty on paper, black and white, but in actuality, not going nowhere. Crave your indulgence, Mr. President.
Just reminding you have under 5 minutes.
Yes, Mr. President, my eye is on the clock. Thank you. On the question of Section 19, and this is just something that I see as an absurdity. 19(2) sub B says, 4 members can write to commission a meeting. It takes 4 members to write to commission a meeting. But here come 19(4) that says, quorum is 3. We not serious. And you know why this is a concern? Because a meeting can be commissioned. People know. No, we have to say it because it is important. It happens in real life. Even at committee stage, you know. You understand? Either they know I get invited to meeting, they know no meeting they happen, or 3 men are show up for the meeting and determine things where, Lord. Now how much? Man includes woman. You know? No man, with me you can, you know? Because there are some pants that are really skirt. In any event, Mr. President, that section as highlighted, there is no real consistency and we have to be serious about how we're doing these things. It can't be 4 members can commission one meeting, but 3 form quorum. Of among how many of them in the committee? Lot. 7 of them top heavy and 3 form quorum. Where a meeting is commissioned by 4. And then when you look at 21(3), 20 generally, but 21(3). If you look at 21 as a whole, you can see that the CIA, the complete reporting, they have all of 9 months, you know. CIA up to 3 months. The committee, 1 month. And then again, submission to the minister 4 months later. And we have seen in government practice that where you and I might think 3 and 4 months is long, in real life that is short. And in practice, 3, 4 months, 1 month will come and expire and nothing happened. The JPAC and the report therefrom, what year are we in their reporting? 2017. So this is another provision that they should put enforcement on. Don't leave it open to say, yes, 3 months, 1 month, 4 months. But what will happen when the top of that time has expired and nothing gets done? And let me close, because I have half a minute, and I will close this way, Mr. President. You know, but at 45 minutes, you know, I don't like it. If we're serious about UNCAC, for which this bill sits squarely in showing how serious we are, then let's take the necessary pause to send this bill to committee for us to continue working on it. If we're serious about UNCAC, like Honorable Curdell Hyde should be praising us to do and pass this bill, let us see penalty for imprisonment 5 years and up, the summary conviction be changed to either triable both ways or indictable. Because these are serious public funds money being missing. And we can't just relegate it to the summary court and magistrate court. Send it out, a big court, the high court. So raise the amount, not $20,000, no less than $50,000, and not leave it in comparison to the $28 million contract for the airport. Raise the term of imprisonment from 12 months to 5 years, consonant with a parliamentary term. And with that, Mr. President, thank you.
I recognize Senator Chris Coy.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be short. I rise in support of this bill, subject perhaps to a select few enhancements. And I certainly support the proposition that we have that discussion in committee. I think at the essence, we all appreciate the importance of internal audit. For me, I personally believe internal audit is more important than the external audit. The Auditor General, that's all great and fine, but we need to be dealing with things in the present, like what Senator Herrera spoke to. So, bearing that in mind, I also keep in mind that little sentence we've heard before. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. This is something that has been outstanding for over a decade. I think what it was, 2014, when the recommendation was made that we should have an internal audit unit. I mean, this is a government of a country, and we don't have an internal audit unit until they're recommending as much. I mean, that's scandalous, I would say, from way back when. And yet, from way back when to now, we still are talking about having a unit, barely implementing a unit over the past few years. So I think it's high time that we entrench an internal audit unit. And it's important, I think, not to reach too far. Make sure we do what we can do with what we have. And in seeing the development of the internal audit unit prior to this bill and to the hopeful enactment of this bill into law, it's important to appreciate the value of the personnel. We can have all these big talks and all of that, but if we don't have the people to function and to implement, then you're right, we have nothing. So black and white on paper is great to look at and to critique, but it's the people that are going to do the work. So first and foremost, I think it's important that that portion of the development of this area is fully supported. So when we look at budgets going forward, we make sure that we support a robust and effective internal audit department. Now, as to the legislation itself, and when I look at this bill, what really does come to mind is the Sarbanes-Oxley Act of the United States, how that came into place through management abuse and the lack of this type of internal audit control system and independence of the internal audit. Sarbanes-Oxley was integral to the development of this kind of oversight, and the internal audit became a key part of that overall oversight. But that oversight means being in the belly of the beast and doing the work of reviewing and evaluating controls, if there are controls. But in evaluating those controls, there has to be ownership. Management has to take ownership of those controls, and then the internal audit evaluates those controls. So I think it's important that this is not about simply about fraud or criminal activity. Those are buzzwords, corruption, all buzzwords, corruption, fraud, criminal activity. But in reality, this looks at controls and whether the controls are in place, whether those controls are effective, whether those effective controls are being followed so that there isn't waste. A lot of what we're exposed to is waste. But there is, beyond waste, there are those other areas of criminal behavior and fraud that result in further loss to the public purse. So I think in looking at the internal audit bill, we have to make sure that we are focusing on what we want to achieve. Governance, I think, is certainly one that we all acknowledge is a weakness in the structure of this bill. And I would say let's leave that to committee in terms of what would be the recommended adjustment to the governance in the way that it is structured in the bill. But secondly is, I think, scope. When we look at the government's budget, the annual expenditure of the government, you're talking about in excess of $1.5 billion a year. Tax revenues of roughly that amount, expenditures of maybe a little bit more than that amount. So it's important to make sure that we have appropriate controls in place, that there isn't waste or fraud. The schedule to the bill lists all the relevant authorities. It includes ministries of government, departments of government, statutory bodies, village, towns, city councils, as well as companies that the government holds more than 51% in. Companies like BTL or BEL, government has effective control over those, but those companies already have, as well as their own external auditors. So it would seem to be unnecessary to get involved in that. And by looking to get involved in those entities, you start stretching the department beyond what it already will have a challenge to cover, which is central government. So in looking at that, we have to see what are our competencies and our capacities within the internal audit department that is established and is being supported by this bill. So that, I think, we have to look at scope and be realistic in the way that we approach the development of internal audit and controls by the internal audit department. I also would like to highlight the consensus with some of the comments raised, ultimately on the escalation, having an approach where you have different levels of escalation depending on the seriousness of the deficiency, if you will, or the weakness that is identified. That, I think, certainly would play an important role in addressing the urgency of any one specific weakness or deficiency identified. But overall, I think what we're here for is to try and move forward in a way that we have a better control over our public finances. And I think the internal audit bill goes, as Senator Herrera would say, a far way in looking to achieve that objective. So I leave those comments and further comments for the committee. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Guerra.
Mr. President, I just want to place on record my support as a government senator and as a senator in general for the common thread that has run through the debate today, which is good governance. The backdrop behind this bill was that in 2014, an international body that sets the standard for accountability, for proper expenditure of public funds, did a review in Belize in 2014 and identified significant gaps. Since 2014 and up to the year 2020, nothing was done. In 2020, this administration took charge of the government purse and saw it prudent to implement the very recommendations that were made by the Public Expenditure and Financial Accountability Body, or as they're called, the PIFA. And so the objective of the bill is a good one. I agree with the suggested amendments that have been raised by senators in terms of the structure, that is to underpin the reporting, and generally other concerns raised, for example, the concern raised by Senator Herrera in relation to having auditors present within, on a permanent basis, within certain ministries. Mr. President, what this bill is, in a sense, seeking to do is to ensure that what is in place at the moment administratively will see continuity through legislation so as to ensure that there is not a change in policy. The bill is seeking to follow the public funds, funds that emanate, that come from our taxpayer funds that we contribute to the Consolidated Revenue Fund, and that is really monies that belong to the people. That, I say, is a good initiative. I want to raise the point that the bill is not seeking to replicate the role of the Auditor General, but is instead an internal auditing process. An internal auditing process that is trying to cure mismanagement of funds before a scandal arises. Mr. President, I want to say this point. Just because I disagree with points raised does not mean that I'm not addressing points that merit attention. There is a difference between clarity and misunderstanding. I have not said that you said, Senator Farber. I have not said that you said, Senator Pitts.
Members, 40B, please, when a member is speaking, please maintain silence while the member is speaking. Thank you. Please proceed, Senator Guerra.
There is a difference between not accepting points and choosing not to understand what is being said. And so for these reasons, Mr. President, I support the bill because I say internal auditing is not the enemy of any public officer. It is a protection, in fact, for the very public officers who will have to engage in the task. It is a protection for all of us who contribute to the Consolidated Revenue Fund and who expect accountability. I support the spirit, the intent of this bill, and I support the recommendations that have arisen in today's debate. Thank you, Mr. President.
As the leader of government business.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Senator Guerra, for your contribution, which is as welcome as every other senator's contribution. Mr. President, I think there has been a very, very comprehensive review of the bill. And we, on this side, we express our gratitude to each senator for their objective analysis of the bill, which, to use your word, Senator Pitt, and I imagine there seems to be unanimity in this approach, that the policy rationale of the bill is supported. So there seems to be unanimity in that, and in that regard, there has been measured, objective, reasonable critique of the bill, and in consequence of that, what we propose, Mr. President, is to have the bill, when it is taken to committee, for it to remain there to allow for the sober and critical review to take place, and if needs be, for technical person to be called in to enable as well in the vein of having us the consideration being sober for those technical persons to offer the technical insight that at times may be lost in the hurly-burly of debate. With that, Mr. President, I would ask if the question can be put. Thank you, and thank you again, Senators.
I will read the question. Honourable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish an internal audit department and committee to provide for reasonable assurance that that persons entrusted with public funds carry out their functions effectively, efficiently, economically, ethically, and equitably, and in accordance with the law and the IPPF to strengthen governance, risk management, and control processes, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. I think the ayes have it. Yes, Senator.
Sorry, Mr. President. Just a word before I ask for a division. If we are going to vote, my understanding from the lead government senator is that this matter would be left in committee. So I don't know how we got to asking for a vote at this time. But if there is a vote, then we respectfully ask for a division.
Madam President, if I may, I just wanted
Senator Herrera.
Yes, I just wanted to make a comment that my understanding was similar to the leader of the opposition senators, Madam President, that I thought I was going to. Perhaps it's a procedural issue right now, but my expectation was that we would have dealt with many of these issues in committee. Thank you.
Honorable Senators, two matters have arisen. One, I understand from the lead opposition senator that you wish for a division of vote. Yes, Senator Faber.
On the point that if the vote is to happen now, the intention of the leader of government business, I understand it, Madam President, is for this matter to go to committee. In the time that I've been here, the practice has been that a vote does not happen after the debate and that the matter is just referred to the committee, unless it is now being found out that the process was being done wrong all along, as I hear the leader of government business saying that a vote must happen now. So I think there is great confusion, and before we make any moves, that confusion needs to be cleared up. And once the vote is to proceed, then our request from the opposition is that there be a division.
Thank you, Senator Faber. Let me refer to Standing Order 52, where it says when a bill has been read a second, Standing Order 52-1, where it says when a bill has been read a second time, it shall stand committed to a committee of the whole Senate unless the Senate on a motion commits it to a select committee. So before the bill is read a second time and committed to the committee of the whole, before the bill is committed to a committee of the whole, it has to be read a second time. Once the bill goes into the committee, there is the opportunity for continued discussion, conversations, and proposed amendments that can also take place. Again, after the vote is taken, you can then ask for a division. I simply, if you may refer to 52-1, Senator Faber, if the bill is not read a second time, then it cannot be committed to a committee of the whole. That is one. Secondly, be mindful that even within the committee meetings of the whole, proposed amendments can be made and the discussion continues. If I may say, Leader of Government Business, that was what you intended, that when the matter went to the committee of the whole, there is going to be a continued discussion and thereafter additional proposed amendments can be considered there. I also wish to make the point that the debate is over and the Leader of Government Business has closed the debate. So there will be no more debate on this particular bill. For the records, that is how the standing orders operate. Senator Faber, you may.
Madam, the bill has been read a second time. The reading of the bill a second time precedes the debate. So that standing order that you quote is exactly where we are. And if what you've just said is true, then they're making a major fumble with the Hush bill, because the debate isn't even concluded on the Hush bill, but yet it is sent back to committee. So we need to get it right, and we need to get it right now.
You may. Yes, Mayor.
President, you are the chair of this honorable chamber. You preside in the chamber. The senators continuously, on this side, you notice we've never spoken when anyone said anything. We've remained silent. Respectfully, we would ask for similar respect. Madam President, you are the chair. You've made your ruling, and I would respectfully ask if we could proceed, Madam Chair.
Senate Clerk.
Madam President.
I will proceed at this time to pose the question. I wish to make the point again before I proceed. I ask that you kindly take your seat, Senator Dennison, while I proceed. Again, I will repeat Section Standing Order 52-1. When a bill has been read a second time, it shall stand committed to a committee of the whole Senate unless the Senate on motion made commits it to a select committee. The debate has proceeded. Each member has spoken as they chose to make their intervention on the bill. Once all members or those members have made their intervention, the debate is closed by the leader of government business who promotes the bill. Yeah. Senator Faber, I am speaking and I'm asking to continue to speak. Senator Dennison, I am speaking and I will continue to speak, and I kindly ask if you can take your seat. I am explaining the standing orders as the presiding officer of this House.
Madam President,
now,
if we may have a short recess.
Now I will ask the clerk to read the bill a second time. Clerk, you may read the bill a second time. Yes. Yes, I will now, so I will ask you to do that. Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to establish an internal audit department and committee to provide for reasonable assurance that the persons entrusted with public funds carry out their functions effectively, efficiently, economically, ethically, equitably, and in accordance with the law and the IPPF, to strengthen governance, risk management, and control processes, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. Clerk? Clerk, kindly read the bill a second time.
Madam President.
Thereafter, Senator Dennison, I will suspend and we can have a further discussion if we wish.
No, Madam President. Standing order 47 is very clear.
Clerk, kindly read the title of the bill.
Madam President, Standing Order 46 and 47 are very clear. If a senator...
Senator Dennison, I ask you to respect the chair. I've asked the clerk to read the bill a second time. The leader of government business has closed the debate. The debate is over. We are now committing the bill to the committee.
Standing Order 47. After the ayes and nays have been collected, that's when you ask for a division.
I am standing, Senator Dennison.
I know.
Bill for an act to establish an internal audit department and committee to provide for reasonable assurance that persons entrusted with public funds carry out their functions effectively, efficiently, economically, ethically, equitably, and in accordance with the law and the IPPF to strengthen governance, risk management, and control processes, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto.
Senator Faber, you had asked for a division of vote. Senators, may I? Senators, again, may I wish to speak as the presiding officer of this House. The standing orders are very clear. The debate has proceeded. The leader of government business has closed the debate. Once the leader of government business closes the debate, the question is posed. The question was posed. After the question is posed, anyone could ask for a division of vote. The clerk did that because typically once the bill is read a second time, we then proceed to the committee of the whole. The vote, Leader of Government Business, may I? Leader, no, this is not. It is a learning moment for all of us, and I always believe that we learn as we evolve. I wish to bring to your attention if I can just move to the collection of vote.
President,
Honorable members, if I may proceed to Standing Order 46. At the conclusion of a debate, upon any question the President or Chair shall put, that question for the decision of the Senate, and shall collect the voices of the ayes and the noes, after which no further debate may take place upon that question. The question was posed and we had the ayes and the noes. 2, the result shall be declared by the President as stating, I think the ayes have it, or I think the noes have it, as the case may be. But any senator may challenge the opinion of the chair by claiming a division. And so this is why I have turned over to you, Senator Patrick Farber, and ask if you wish to challenge the opinion of the chair. I, Senator Dennison and Senator Farber, Leader of Government Business, you wish to make a contribution?
Madam President, only to simply remind senators, if senators wish to address the chamber, they should rise in their seat. The Senator Farber and Senator Dennison has been in their seat and they've been making a number of utterances. Madam President, with your leave and obviously with perhaps if we could suspend this sitting for a moment.
The sitting is now suspended for 5 minutes.
Senate resumes. Committee of the Whole Senate on motions and bills.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 68A, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, a committee of the whole Senate, to consider the motions referred to it, and thereafter, in accordance with Standing Order 5-4, the Committee of the whole Senate to consider the bill that was read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair as the chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and then as the chairperson of the Committee of the whole Senate. you.